continuing, you consent to this call being recorded and monitored for quality purposes. How can I help you?
I'm calling about my service.
One moment. I'm getting a sales advisor to assist you. Thank you for contacting OnStar. Instead of waiting in queue, you can try our mobile application or OnStar.com to quickly manage your account. If you need further assistance, please hold for the next available advisor. Thank you for being a valued OnStar member. Hello there. Good afternoon. My name is Richard from OnStar Sales. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm calling to see why my service is not working. It was just working this morning.
Oh, I'm truly sorry for the inconvenience, but yes, I can double check for you. Don't worry. Can you provide me your phone number when you activated OnStarNet that you provided to us?
909-300-2829.
I appreciate that. Okay, let's search for the account for you. One moment, please. Alright. No, it's showing no account tied to this number. Do you have other phone numbers we can try on?
Nope. And that's the number that show online, so that should be the number on the account. It's been no other number ever.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay. Thank you, man. How about the account number with OnStar? Does it show in your online account right now, ma'am?
No, you should be able to pull it up with the.
Online digit number.
You should be able to pull it up with the phone number. Y'all call me back in the car all the time whenever I hang up, so you should have it by the phone number. 909-300-2829.
Yes, ma'am. It's actually the phone you're calling from right now as well, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Let me see that now. One moment, please. Oh, it's not pulling up. Do you have the VIN number?
Um, when I look into the app, I see the phone number, so why can't you get it? And you send me text alerts all the time, so why are you not able to see it? 909-300-2. You're talking over me, so you won't be able to hear me. 2829. That's the number.
Sorry, ma'am. Yes, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for assisting me. It's still not showing there, but how much easier we can try with your name. Name search.
Crystal Ketchup.
Is Crystal? Is that a C or a K?
CRYSTALKETCHUP.
I do appreciate the spelling, ma'am. Okay, oh, I was able to pull up my phone here. Let me make sure this has the same number. Is this a 2025 Chevy Trax? And I
Yes.
just want to make sure it's the right account.
Yes.
Oh, finally, thank you, Crystal. I appreciate that. I'm curious, what is the number here? How come I can't search for it? What's your name? That's the reason how I pulled up the record, your name. Let me check what number we have in school. Because I should be able to pull it up with your phone number.
You
So let me
should.
double check that first, man. And then your friend. Yes, ma'am, thank you. Oh, it's very weird. It's showing blank. Let me update and have your phone number here, okay? Because it's very weird. It's showing blank. I'll add it now, now.
Okay.
Okay, so 909-300-2829.
Hold on before you add it. Hold on. Let me go back into because I want to go back to my profile, and I know it's in there because I get
Okay, ma'am, thank
alerts
you.
from you all the time. So I just want to know. So the account that
This
you
is
have
fine.
is the My Chevrolet app. Is that correct?
That is affirmative, ma'am.
Okay. All right. You can go ahead. Yeah, that's my information is definitely in there.
you, man. Because I wonder if facing on their end as well, so both of us updated. I want to double check now if your account is that is what you call them, okay?
Okay.
Okay. And I do apologize for Crystal. I didn't need to talk when you were talking at that one. If you do apologize, if that's I'm so rude on that part. Sorry for that.
It's okay.
Thank you. Okay, let's jump in your plan. Oh, actually, Crystal, it's active. Based on records, you signed up for the All-Star One plan that covers all our services.
Okay.
There's a third party direction as well, Wi-Fi, and the mobile app, of course. We should never forget about the much just we have. And specifically, which service is not working based on your experience, Crystal?
None. There's no lights on at all.
Oh,
They were on when I first left this morning, and then when I came back from Walgreens from picking up prints, they were all turned off.
I'm truly sorry for that. So even the Masha, they after not able to unlock the door for it?
Um, it's no lights in the ceiling, like I can't call you if I had an emergency. Sometimes they just go out when I'm
Okay,
having interference with the car, and sometimes it's normally it just is for a little while and then they come back on. It's not all the time.
okay. So it happens sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it does not. Is that
It's mainly it works, but when I reported to the FBI that someone was using my information as well as my system to the car is going to someone else. So I made this report about 2 weeks ago, and so now when I just think it's strange that when I was going to pick up the prints about this, now it's not on anymore. But it was on this morning because I used it. I used the Wi-Fi this morning to connect to my car, and now it's off. So I came back home to connect back to it and then to see if it came back on. But normally what it does is it goes off for just a little bit, a few minutes, and then it comes back on.
okay? So basically, the Wi-Fi service and sometimes when if you would like to ask for directive or emergency, it does not light up.
No. And
So sorry for this.
it's okay. I went ahead and updated my payment method because I thought that could have been a reason because my payment was due. But nope, it's still off. So I'm gonna turn the car off and open the door to see if it will do it. If it will give
Yes,
me,
please, yes.
but let's see. It should have moved it. Okay, now it's moved the phone call. But no, it's still, let me see. If I give it a few minutes and open it back, usually it comes right back on. So I'm gonna, while you check on this, I don't have a lot of time to be on the phone because I was doing something. So while you check on this, I'm gonna go upstairs, to my apartment for a second. But if we could wrap this up in about the next 5 minutes, that'll be good because I have, something to do.
Understood, Crystal. Take your time. Take your time.
longer? Are you finished?
I just sent out the signals, man. If you may try, and just start with the Wi-Fi if it works.
Okay, hold on. Woo! I had to come back upstairs. Now I'll go back outside and check on it.
You can move what you have now.
Thank you. Honey, when you have a day and stuff starts to try to get on your nerves, then you just have to pray. Because life is
Yeah, all
short and it's sweet. And it's all about what you make it.
yeah.
And what you let get on your nerves and what you choose to get over. Somebody once told me that life is only two circles. And it's only just what you can't goes into the, and what you can't control goes into the small circle. And every day you just say circles. And what you can't control, when you put it in the little circle or big circle, you give it to the Lord and let him work it out. Okay, and that keeps your life simplified. That keeps your life simplified.
Yes,
Because you're not wrestling with things that you can't control. Alright, so I'm in the car right now, and I'm about to crank it up and see what we get. Okay. Alright, so we're in the car, we're on Bluetooth. I'm surprised because normally it doesn't connect. No, it doesn't manually.
and addition. Sometimes, another person being able to mark and then the not the bill. Mainly only because it's the family who has access with your email to be exact. That's you log in with your app.
The person has my entire identity. Last night it showed that I was in another location and place that I'm completely not. So my location, I think it said yesterday I was in Ohio, and so I'm consistently changing or going in to look at my information to see how it's being changed and how my location is being toggled with, because I'm not in any of those places that I've never been. And like I said, it goes off and comes back on. So today it's off, but it only does that until the person is done whatever they're doing, and then it comes back on. So it's off right now, but then it'll probably be back on in like an hour, or then go back off and then come back on. But mainly once it goes off one time during the day, it comes back on. Is there any way to speak to someone in technical support about this?
Yeah. The answer is yes. So with the experience you have with the services that someone is trying to hack, that's the word that it was to hack your vehicle, but they turn it on, turn it off, lock the door, unlock the door, and with that you need to have it rectified at this point. So yes, that's the resolution I have. Let me connect it over the technical support team. They Friday to change your password and if you have an extra email, we may use get a hold of your email in general, not just for dogs or postman. So those may be the solution they have just for people. That's when I connected to them. Will that be okay with you? If not, we're golden.
That's fine.
Okay, very good. Because, it's very scary. You don't want this to experience. It's very scary, to be honest. And creepy on whoever that is. So we need to help you on this one. Especially at times of emergency, we should be able to help you, okay?
Okay.
Okay, and what goes here to see first reading of the details along? I'll explain the situation first with our technical team, then I'll allow you to, okay?
Sure.
Okay, Fernanda, please, always stay safe and more blessings, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome, man. Stay well, please. You're welcome. Thanks for being an Oscar member. Your advisor is willing to help you and will be back in just a moment. Thanks for holding. Thanks for being an Oscar member. Your advisor is willing to help you and will be back in just a moment. Thanks for holding. Thanks for being an Oscar member. Your advisor is willing to help you and will be back in just a moment. Thanks for holding. Thanks for being an Oscar member. Your advisor is willing to help you and will be back in just a moment. Thanks for holding. Thanks for being an Oscar member. Your advisor is willing to help you and will be back in just a moment. Thanks for holding. Thanks for being an Oscar member. Your advisor is working to help you and will be back in just a moment. Thanks for holding. Thanks for being an Oscar member. Your advisor is working to help you and will be back in just a moment. Thanks for holding. Thanks for being an Oscar member. Your advisor is working to help you and will be back in just a moment. Thanks for holding. Thanks for being an Oscar member. Your advisor is working to help you and will be back in... Thank you for contacting Oscar and MD. May I get your first and last name, please?
What's your name?
It is MD, M as in Mary, D as in David.
I'm calling today because my OnStar or my lights are not working. It was working this morning and now they're
some basic troubleshooting, and sometimes it could be a hardware issue. But we can definitely do some troubleshooting, see if we can get it worked out, okay?
Sure.
And may I get your first and last name, please?
Crystal Ketchup,
And I got phone number just in case if we get disconnected or anything.
909-300-2829.
What was your day on?
Pretty good. How about yours?
No problem, no problem. No worries so far, thank you. Alright, and if it's a lead and born to us at GM, can you just confirm the vehicle is safe to park?
I'm in a parking space. All right, I'm here.
Thank you. Alright, but no, if you're in the vehicle, is your phone connected via Bluetooth? Do you hear me over the radio?
I have a Razer phone that is connected to it,
Okay,
and
okay. Gotcha. Understand. Okay. So here is what I'm gonna have you do is let's have you go to
there's no Wi-Fi on. It's just the Bluetooth. Right. No, it's no lights on. No lights. I'm trying to think when they did this before, what that guy did. He did something. He reset something, and he told me the next time I do it just to click reset. Yeah, we went into the. I'll let you do what you're doing, but we went into the thing, and he clicked reset, and then everything reset, and it came back on. That's what we did before. I just thought about that.
dream to come to pass?
Alright, so what I'm looking for, let's see, let's get this on record. Alright, so this is the mining of August the 13th, 2020 and it's 1:59 a.m. and I am going through my clear bag because I am missing some documents that came to my mind and I want to check for them because I came out of Kroger today and my bag was open and it wasn't open when I left home, so it's prompted me to look for certain things that I think are important, and so that is what I am doing as of right now. So first things first, I'm looking for the leases from the Adler. I'm looking for the pay stub from McDonald's and I'm looking for the insurance stub, and I'm looking for, it was something else came to mind. As I'm going through this, I will check what all I'm looking for, but I'm looking for stuff as I go. Stuff comes to me as I start going through this. So I'm looking for things as I'm going through. Things will pop out at me. So I do have the welcome home letter. I printed that, thank God. I have that. And I need to know where the stub is for payment. Move in and receipt. I literally just had that last night. I had that last night and it went to, dang, did I put it back in my black bag? Or did I put it in my wallet? Let me see. I literally just had that last night. So I wouldn't have put that in my wallet. I literally took that off the counter in the kitchen. Well, was it in the kitchen? It was somewhere. I took that out last night and it went back. Let me see, that was last night. And I put it should have went in the clear bag last night. But I had that, so let's find that too. So let's see, I'll check off what I have as I go, and I'm gonna put it all in one area and write it down. So I have the first lease and the welcome home letter, and then I have the second lease. Alright, so I have both of those. Now, let's see. I do not have the let me go through here now that I have that and find the actual receipt for move-in and the actual stub for where it was paid. So that was in this stuff, so let me find it. And that receipt for the actual payment, I took it out of something. Let me check. Cause that was just like, literally, I just had it yesterday. Alright, so I found that. And I'm now looking for it. So here it is. The receipt is here. So I have the receipt. Now I'm looking for the stub of payment and the I'm looking for the insurance stub and my check from the insurance company, Sedgwick Kroger, and then I'm looking for McDonald's. So I'm gonna see what all is in here, see if I can do 2 in 1. And I'm looking for that Kobe letter, offer of employment, not offer of employment, but the Kobe thing from Crown Staffing. That's important because it has a date on it. And I am staged as catch-up. So I need that. Alright, so we're going to put everything, let's do newses together. So I have found the church stuff. Alright, so that now completes the apartments. So I'm good to go there. No, I need to put those forms with that IP address in there. And I need to make copies of that. And then BGMU, application for service, needs to go there. Alright, so that takes care of that. And I found the Kobe form. So I can go through and check off as I go. So I found the welcome letter. I found this, like, did I find the stuff for moving? Yes. And I found the receipt for moving. So that's both of those. And I found the Kobe form with the date. And let's see. Now I'm looking for, I found the leases. And so now what I'm looking for is the insurance stuff for that check. That's what I'm looking for. In the mighty name of Jesus, I know. Alright, so paste that and McDonald's paste that. In the mighty name of Jesus, I know. Alright, so let's just hold on. Ooh, Lord. Alright, so haven't found it yet. I have not received a bank statement yet. I'm curious as to see if they're putting the debit card numbers on these bank statements. I'm quite sure they're not going to do that. But that's a different subject. Alright, I found my FedEx pay stubs, but let's see. Now, I'm glad I saved those forms for FedEx insurance that I never had, because they are going to give me, let me see, it tells me the insurance, but I need to see the companies that they are staged through, because that's going to tell me who has the data, who's making the false evidence here. Alright, so I have an old T-Mobile bill. This is important because T-Mobile puts numbers on internet devices. So we have 404-389-6588. So if we take the middle 8, that is 4389-6588. Well, isn't 6588, isn't that 3588? Or isn't that 3588 or 3855? One of those numbers I never received from Fifth Third Bank. And then I know 89 or 3389 or 889 is Popeyes, or it's that instant card is 889. So 404-389-6588 is hyperlinked. And then they got 404-663-1934. They just be issuing numbers, child. And you just, I can't stand it. So, and we have to turn this around. 8856 and then 9834. So we have to look for those too. We have to look for it straight and reverse. And it will appear. Okay, so from there I found my notes from FedEx. Alright, so I found the receipt from the car. Alright. So I found the tag stuff. Let's see. Macy's sign-on sheet. Alright, now here we go. I think we found what I'm looking for. Alright, so the McDonald's stub, I can check that off. That is here. Alright, that's important. Alright, the McDonald's stub, because it shows the name that I worked there under. They did not want to take ID or social security card, and so I quit. I'm not going to work where I'm not verified and don't know what you're doing. Now, I've noticed on any employer, they are not, and I repeat, not providing the they are not providing the what you call it, the they are not providing the social security number or date of birth on any information. That is critical. because I want to verify, which is why I said they need the system that God gave me. Because, I shouldn't be sitting here wondering, what ID do you have? Because these people are in key positions to put in wrong information. When I lived here before, H&R Block, they were caught. Man, where did you get this? And then they say, oh, we can only give you a copy after the Internal Revenue Service has accepted it. No, you're not gonna railroad me like that, and I don't know what you done put in that computer, and then say, we'll make it look like, oh, she forgot, and she changed her mind and wanna now change it. No, you're sitting there with those little fingers putting in information that's not true, and then won't let me see it, and making you sign it, which is against the law, because aren't you required and mandated by law to make me have a copy of anything that I signed? And you won't give it to me? And you said you're gonna make me wait until the IRS sees it? Are you serious? Are you so serious right now? Like, they just do black people any kind of way. I can't, they wouldn't dare do that to somebody white. You can't, I'm gonna call my lawyer. That's what they gonna say. I'm gonna call my lawyer. Yeah, and lawyers work for them because they're white. I just don't understand how in the world can you literally bring that to justice and make that work, make that just sound good in a court. Just make that sound good. Oh, well, so what we do is we call them in and we get all their information and we do the return, and then we call them back in and sign, because they have the drop-off service. So you just drop it off and come back and sign. I ain't seen nothing that you did. And even if you sit there, because a few times we have sat there, and you don't know what they're doing, and they be on the phone. Just like the girl Keisha in Walmart in March of 2020. You know Keisha is a device holder. You already know that. And you already know that that's why the law took her number out of that phone. And she had a black man that she was talking to on the phone and a white lady that came up there and I seen her give a bunch of files to the white lady. Now, if they were our files or not, who knows? And then they gave an automated e-gift card to Walmart for $100 for filing that. Man, good night. Still doing prepaid cards and linking it to fraud. Good night. That's exactly what they did. And so you file and they give you that when the IRS accepts the return. But have you ever gotten a copy of the return? See, that's the thing. And then they railroad you again and say, you'll get a copy of the return if you get your money back, or if you get that once we get paid. So you never get anything from the Internal Revenue Service or from the, good night. That makes absolutely no sense. I could talk about that all night long. Yep, all night. Good night. So you never get a copy. From there, they're gonna railroad you and come up with and say, oh, you have to pay for it until once we get paid. So you never get a copy. No. And the IRS ain't giving you one either. Nope. You can write them all day long. They ain't giving you nothing, because they know that when you look at it, you're gonna find something that is a lie. Whether it's the phone number, whether it's the bank, or whatever. And then they done started lying even more to say, oh, we put the bank that we transferred the money to, and then they gave it to you. No, that bank is the bank that's being staged as mine. That is not their bank. They tell lies all day long, just lies. And they put these numbers on these hotel receipts. I'm looking at it. From overseas. Good night. Okay, so I have not found
the, um, I have not found that receipt for the insurance company yet, but I'm not gonna give up because it is, I have a lot of information right here and it could definitely be here. Now, the key to it is it was just out in the open the other day, and I don't know why it is not anymore. So, um, these, papers to the car, it looks like I'm missing something. Because I know that I signed like a bunch of them, and I signed like, the man put his name, I signed the agreement to come back and pay. All of that was in here, and it's not now. Cause I had to sign that, and nobody has, wet signatures on any of these forms, they're all electronic. But I signed the paper to come back, like the inspection, your warranty things, none of that is in here. That was in here, and they was going through this, car dealership thing over and over and over again. They was just tearing that up since I've been here, don't ask me why. But let me go ahead and put all of that stuff together. So I have the tag that came from there, from Jaiga. And let's see, cause this is, I need that there, and then what else is coming from there? What else did I need that's coming from Georgia? The actual license plate thing, I think that's in here. I just had that. But yeah, it's some forms missing from the car. In the mighty name of Jesus, I know. Alright, so we wanna do, alright, so, okay, so like that, let me see. I just seen that thing. It was in the very first things that I picked up. And it had to be in this stuff right here, and I don't see it. So it was, folded, and I had it, and I put it, let's see. Alright, well, let me look in my bag, because I literally just had that thing. In the mighty name of Jesus, I know. Alright, so let me look right in here. Alright, so I found the not tax one. I found the stub for the check, looking for something else. Alright, now, let's find the form for the, well, that's so weird, cause I just seen it, Lord, show me where I had it. Alright, and I needed these stubs for, Dollar General's, beach bin party. because Gwanda went and took her grandchildren. Alright, so let's go back through this. So I found the stub, and then the car thing was right in this stuff, so I have to be overlooking it, cause it was right here. So let me just go back through. So I found the insurance stub, and I'm quite sure I found this Synovus Bank letter too. So it looks like I have everything, except for, it looks like some stuff is missing about the car. And that is a big feature. Why is that? Why is that a feature? Well, because the law said, and see, in 2004, when you are committing crime, you meet people like you. And the law sends them to you too. Because, believe it or not, they make money off of criminals. So they actually, I don't think the feds should be doing that, but they do that. So let's say you're, a small criminal, like I was, a petty criminal. Nope. If they see potential in you, they want to make you big. So what they do is they target you, because you're already going to jail anyway. So they figure, why not just keep you off the street longer, so that you can not, be out. So they start sending scouts to you to make you bigger, to get you on their level. Because see, I really wasn't on their level. Even though I had those fake IDs, I wasn't making them. So I wasn't on their level. So having it was still not, not really federal. Now, if I had Social Security cards and stuff, yeah, that would have been a different ballgame. So they wanted to make me a big deal in 2004. So what they did was say, okay, what we're gonna do is they send out scouts to you. Now when they send out these scouts come and say, alright, they say, okay, well we want her to do this kind of crime. So they start fishing. Just like on the computer, they start fishing to see what they could get you interested in by offering you money to do certain crimes. And people always want to train you. And I'm not doing anything. I used to tell them people that I'm not doing anything with them. I don't fool with them. I heard about them, and they're not wrapped too tight. I don't want to deal with them. And I was right. Let's see. The Lord had taught me that back then, and I had never been involved with the feds, but I knew I just never wanted to, cross over the government. Not being black anyway. So I never, wanted to get on that territory. And I think I just had good sense, because Sharon was, a little bit on their territory, and I just seen what happened to her life, and I never ever wanted my life to turn out like that. It was just horrible what they did to her life. I mean, just one traumatic event after another. I'm talking about enough to just make a person damaged goods. Like, it's, oh God, you'll be healing forever. Like, oh God, Lee, you got so many problems. That's what they do to your life. Like, they just make you but I also thought it was because of how Mommy taught us that if you're really disrespectful to your parents, then God will make your life turn out like that. So I used to see her arguing and fighting with mommy all the time as a child because mommy was raising her kids, and Sharon was like, they make my kids act to me like Sharon's kids should act to her. Like Sharon was bad to her kids. Like, not feeding them. I remember that being traumatized as a child. Going to pick up Sharon's kids with defects, with mommy and daddy in the black Seville with the black rag top on it, and going to pick up Sharon's kids from defects. And Rontavius was the worst one of all. I could cry when I think about how that boy was. He looked at identical, twins. Absolute twins to Animal on Muppet Babies. The same big eyes, the same big smile, the same big head, and that very little. Rontavius wore at like 2 years old. Like, I think mommy got him when he was like maybe almost 2 or maybe 1.5, somewhere in there. Rontavius, I lie to you not, wore about 6 pounds. And you could see the bugs crawling under their skin. They had scabies. And mommy had to get them, they had to bathe by themselves, and they had to bathe in this stuff that you put on their skin and put them in the tub and let that stuff get in the water, and they had to sit in there so that it could kill the bugs under their skin. That is what Sharon did to them. And you could literally, he was so skinny, you could literally see the bugs crawling. He was that skinny, and it was horrible. And they had to wash their clothes and certain stuff. It had to be on really hot water. It was terrible. And she was not feeding them at all. So when we took them out in the public, mommy stopped taking them out because they would act like animals when they saw food, because they was not used to eating. So it was horrible. So mommy didn't take them out anymore until they got used to seeing food. They was not used to seeing it. So anytime they seen it, they would just go crazy. Just crazy over how excited they got over food. And it was embarrassing, but they wasn't used to it. And Bertrand was, bless his little heart, he used to, he would give, mommy would be giving him mashed potatoes because that was the only thing that they could just get him real full. And mommy wanted to get him fat fast because when we took him out, people was looking at mommy like, why is she abusing them children like that? And didn't know that mommy was the one that rescued him from Sharon. And Bertrand used to get the mashed potatoes, and he used to just, when you giving it to him, he used to be just doing this with his hand, like, give me more, just keep giving it to me. They were so bad. So bad. So bad. So bad. And I was the one that had to take care of him with mommy, but mommy was still having her best life, and I was having to be there and cook and babysit. They couldn't go to school. That was out of the question because they were so bad. Mentally, Sharon wasn't letting them do anything but ride in the car all day. And she had permed all of their hair and was putting them in ponytails. And Daddy hit her for that. That was the last time I saw Daddy get mad with her. When she brought them children over there, and she had permed all of their hair and put them in ponytails. And I just remember Daddy chasing her and running after her until she ran from the house crying. We was at 2606 Guy Court in Hesabe, Georgia. She brought him over there, and she had that green Mustang that she had got from um, Toyota, Taylor Toyota, Ann Taylor, she sued them because she went up there practically naked, and that man said something to her out of the way and took her on a test drive, and she sued him, and they gave her the car that she drove off in, that she test drove. They gave it to her to drop the settlement, and so that's how she got that brand new car with the rag top on it. And she was a fool when she got it. Everybody used to call mommy and daddy and say, everybody, the phone used to ring off the hook and say, we seen your daughter, we seen your daughter, your daughter did this, your daughter did that. They was always getting those calls about Sharon. But those boys were horrible. And so, all of that to say, I was the one that had to be there with mommy. I found my thing. And I had to be there to sit with her and help her. And mommy said when she got him back, Sharon was under a federal investigation because when we went to the house that she had in Atlanta, she had a long ranch style house, and it was very dirty. And she said for Father's Day, I was about maybe 13 at the time, because I remember not being old enough, and Aunt Betty Joyce was our lawyer. So what she called Daddy up there we was living on at 3421 Deansbridge Road. We used to live at it was 3618. We used to live at 3421 by Burger King, and then we moved to 3618 so Daddy could have more land for his trucks and stuff. So we moved over there, and when we moved over there, mommy and Daddy went to Atlanta to see Sharon and the churn, and we went up there. She had got a house. Her and Queen was together, and I was going to Glen Hills, so I had to be maybe between 14, about 14. So 14 or 15. And so we went up there, and we got up there, and Sharon took Daddy to get his car aligned and the tires put on for Father's Day. And I believe that the law took them tires off that car like that. I really do. Because they was messing her life up. And at the time. And I remember going to her house, and I had just a sense of it back then, and said, that man is not no law. That man is not a telephone man up there in that box. That is not what he's doing. And he wasn't. They was up there for Sharon. They was listening back then when they tapped into the wires. They used to be actually on the pole. And that's how far technology has gone back. And so the feds used to be on the light pole. And they're still on the network. But anyway, that white man was up there on that pole, listening in the house, and was up there on the pole, and was acting like he was working, and Sharon came out there running her mouth, and that man said, and she said, I know that ain't what you doing, and that man said, and she said, you want some of this? Well, that man said, actually I do. And he came on down and called it in, and Sharon went to jail that day. And they called defects, and when we left, Sharon was going to jail. And Mommy and them had to turn around and get the kids, and when we got on the expressway, all the tires rolled off the car. Every last one of them. Every last one. And we called Aunt Betty Joyce, and she did the case, and Daddy sued Pep Boys. I don't know how much they got, but I had glass in my eyes. I had to go to the doctor. We had to go to the doctor. Aunt Betty Joyce still didn't do that case enough. Ain't no way in the world I would have only got $800 off of that. So something serious was going on with that. But I remember Mommy telling me that's what I got. Now, unless Mommy and them lied, I don't think she would have lied. I think she told me, or because Mommy would have said back then, this how much you got and this how much you gonna give to the house. She would have said something like that. But I know, but then again, she could have gotten more because Mommy said this how much you're gonna get from what happened to you, and you could fix up your room or buy you some stuff or whatever you gonna do, and that was that. But she gave me $800, so I don't know how much they got from it, but I remember Mommy taking me to the doctor, and that was the end of that. And but Aunt Betty Joyce did the case, and it was against Pep Boys, and I don't remember if we got a new car or not after that, but we definitely needed one. And I think we had to go to a hotel or something. I don't remember the specifics after that, but I just know that we got an attorney, and Daddy called and he was super pissed at what they had did. And then of course they took full lot. They tried to argue with it at first, but it was no way. We had literally just picked it up and left and got on the road. It was Sharon's present to Daddy. And then we ended up having to get the churn, and that was that. And then, like I said, Ron Tavis was the worst one. Mommy got Cassius before he got that exposed, but Albert and Ron Tavis, the worst ones. That was when she had took Albert and put him on Ritalin. She put every last one of those children and Cooney on special ed medication so that she could get checks. And back then, the Social Security office, I blame them because they was doing it and still in the network, sending these monies to, sending this information to doctors in the network, and those doctors didn't care because they're not running the government, so they don't care how much is being paid and how much is being paid out. They don't care. They're rich. They could care less at the end of the day. And I think that makes them monsters because you're building a problem in the community, and it's your fault because you know that these people aren't crazy, and you're just writing it. Why? Because I'm getting paid if I give them what they want. If I write you a crazy check, and I know if I write it and you're going to get it, you're going to keep coming back to me because I gave you what I know you want. So I'm not really examining you to see if something's really wrong with you. I'm just giving you what you want, and in return, you're going to keep coming to me because you're going to feel that, honey, I'm going to Dr. Such and Such because he did my paperwork and I got my this, that, and the other. So you're going to keep coming to him out of obligation because he has collaborated with your foolishness. And so we're both getting over on who? The government. They're getting over. Why? Because they go in there, he's writing prescriptions, he's getting paid, and he getting paid multiple ways. He getting paid through Medicaid, he getting paid through the person, their copay, and he's getting paid from the pharmaceutical company that is telling him to write Ritalin to all these black people. He's getting paid that. Not saying that white people can't take it either, but he's getting paid to do this. So they keep going to him. Now, he is not checking their system at all to see if you're actually taking this medication. There's no accountability there. The Social Security Administration ain't doing that. Why are they not doing that? Because nobody cares. We give you $900 a month, you stay on the street, you never get a place to live, we don't make you accountable, and then we just keep paying you a little bit more every year. That is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. That is a system that does not have any accountability to it. So back then, it was the thing. Oh, I could just go down there. You could just go down there and say that. And if you get a doctor to have it, all she did was not let the children go to school. So when they went in there to take the test, they didn't know. But it wasn't because they was retarded. It's because they hadn't been to school. It hadn't been given to them. So they didn't know. And she sat there, and then they said, we'll give her a check. You didn't check to see if he could comprehend the information. You just took it that the teacher said he don't know this. That doesn't make him retarded. His mom didn't tell him. They were not going to school. How do I know that? Because they called mommy. We haven't seen the Ellison boys. That was their names. We haven't seen the Ellisons in weeks, Miss Bush. Mommy would say, what? I don't know how to get in touch with that stupid girl. That's what Mommy used to say on the phone. That girl is retarded. I don't know how to get in touch with her. She don't answer her phone. She's very disrespectful. And Mommy used to tell them teachers way too much information. They used to call, and Mommy would basically be helping them. Because they was definitely building cases on Sharon. So when Sharon found out that they was building cases on her of neglect and abuse, then them kids is going to another school. They wasn't going to school anyway, and back then it wasn't no such thing as truancy. They didn't care if they black. We don't care if don't let me start getting into that. They didn't care if they go to school or not. They black. We glad that they ain't got no education. That means that they're going to secure their spot in this prison system a lot sooner than we need. So perfect. Don't send them to school. You're helping us. They didn't go to school. So when they didn't go to school, look at what I just said. How many of them is in prison? And I rest my case. Why? Because the Bible says where there is a lack of knowledge, man will perish. She did that to those children. That's a fact. I love her. That was my sister. But Sharon should have never had children. Why? Because she had too many emotional cases. By the time she had reached of age, it was not working out. Why? Because she was brutally raped by Jack. I remember that too, at 14. And they did nothing. They said, we're going to pray about it. No, you was not supposed to pray about that. Jack was supposed to go to jail. Period. And he did not go to jail. And that was a hard position to be in because Jack was a favorite in the family. Everybody loved him. And everybody liked him with Easter because he used to take such good care of Easter. But Easter used to beat the mess out of Jack. Jack used to call and say, Brother Bush, Easter done stabbed me in my hand. And I can't paint today. And Easter would beat her, and Easter would chase him, and she would beat, Easter beat men. Easter beats men. Every man that done been with Easter know that. Yeah, she might get her head cracked every now and again, but Easter beat men. Every one of them. Every one of them say that. That's why Easter is single, because she fights. It's the other way around with her. No. Easter beat the mess out of Jack. That's why Jack left her. And he used to take such good care of Easter. Easter lived like she was rich with Jack. He had the #1 painter's business. And all he used to do is paint and stay on. Easter lived at New Carlene Road in that nice house with all that white furniture. And Bonnie and Tiff used to get their dresses made like Little House on the Prairie. And with all the ruffles and the big bows in their hair. And all of that. And then when they got divorced, Mommy was the one that called Easter and told her Easter didn't know because Easter didn't go nowhere. She was a straight homebody. Home, cook, and take care of the girls. And Mommy called Easter and said, get down here to Woolworths. And Easter went down there to, it was H.L. Green's. Get down here to H.L. Green's. And Easter came down there, and Jack was in there with Marion. Marion was working there as a waitress, and Jack was in there eating. and they was in there just like nobody's business, and that was the end of their marriage after that. And then she got real poor. She moved to Circular Drive, and then she had no more money after that. And Jack was officially gone because he was scared. I think he probably would have came back, but Easter would have beat the mess out of him. He was really scared of Easter. Scared. He used to call Daddy all the time and say how Easter used to beat him. And he was really, really scared and would not go back home. And Easter, Daddy had done told Easter too many times, and he got scared of her and didn't want to go back. I think he would have went back because he really loved his churn, and I think he really loved Easter, but he had a cheating problem, and he did what he did to Sharon. We came home from church, or from wherever we was, and Sharon had the bloody sheets and everything, and was crying, and they did nothing. And then she got hit by a car at 9, and they did nothing about that. Everything was prayer. We're gonna pray. And there's nothing wrong with praying about stuff, but Sharon did not get the help that she needed. And by the time she got in high school, it was over. It was done. She went to Hetzibah High, and they used to call every day. Every day. Every day they called Mommy and said she will not. Sharon took the Living Bible that we had, that big white Bible, that she took that to school and said that was what she was gonna learn. And that's because we came up in that religious household, and we shouldn't have been having the Bible beat in us like that. But at the same time, I don't fault them because that's how it was given to them. And so she went to school with that Living Bible. They used to call. Sharon wouldn't do no work. She would only read that Bible and quote scriptures back to the teacher. And they was like, we don't know what to do. And Mommy and them didn't think anything wrong. They didn't whoop her about that because they said that's what you're supposed to be doing. Tell them that's what they need to know. So that it was just bad. And so when she turned about 14, Mommy and her was not getting along. They never got along. Never. She hated Mommy because she said on the morning of going to school, Mommy put cold butter on her toast and sent her out. And she never, ever, ever, ever got over it. Ever, ever, ever. I don't care how long ago it was, those two incidents. Jack came up and the cold butter. We got so tired of hearing about that cold butter. And I know what Mommy did. Mommy would still do that. The toast came up out of the thing and it was hot, and she put the butter on there and it was supposed to have melted. That was Mommy's logic. Sharon thought it was evil, and it wasn't evil. But by the time she went out in the cold, I get what she was saying. By the time you walk into the bus stop, it's not melted because now everything's cold. And so you're right, the butter was on there. Why you didn't just flick it off and then just take it and eat the rest of it? She threw the whole thing away and hated Mommy for the rest of her life. That was it. It was every time they got together, it was, and you gave me the cold butter, and that's what it was. And she never got over that. And so they did not get along anymore after that. It was always something in the house between Sharon and Mommy. So Mommy put Sharon out for being disrespectful. Sharon went to live, we was at 2856 Coniston Drive. Sharon went to live down the street, 2 houses down. It was Dory Brown on the house, it will be on the left hand side. It was Dory Brown, and right next to Dory Brown was, I think, Stacy and them, and then right next to that it was Kenya James and Miss James. I don't know what Miss James did, but Miss James had some money. and she took in, she would help children. I think her children was adopted, Tarsia, and I don't know if that was like their kids or not, but she had Tarsia and Kenya, and she had two girls. I don't know what she did for a living to be living over there in the big old houses, at and being single and could afford it, but she did. And Miss James was nothing to play with. She didn't play, and so she let Sharon come when she found out. She let Sharon come stay with her, and she came down the street after a while and talked to mommy about it, and mommy didn't seem to care at all, and was not budging. So Miss James just let Sharon stay there. It did not last long. So Sharon didn't have nowhere to go. So then Daddy found out, and that's when we had the restaurant. So Daddy found out that mommy had put Sharon out and that she didn't have nowhere to go. So Daddy did not know how to mediate that. So Daddy let Sharon stay on the hill and said, you're going to have to go out in the mornings and come back in the afternoon when it get ready to close, and I'll be done left the side door open for you. And when mommy found out, oh my God, it was hell in the city. Mommy found out, and mommy found out because mommy went to clean up and put some stuff under the sink in the bathroom, and she found porno magazines, and she found little girl underwear, and it was Sharon's underwear. Daddy had bought her stuff to change. Oh my God. And the other side of it was where we would go in there and take naps and stuff. You know, it was like a little house side on the other side. So that's why he let her stay there. So it was the restaurant, and then you go through the door, and it's a little room and a bed and a TV and all that stuff. Child, when mommy went in there and found that out, why did that happen? It was over. She went from thinking he had done got another little girl because they didn't like the young girls, because that's what men did. So she thought he had done got another young girl. It wasn't. And when she found out it was Sharon, she flipped because she said that Daddy had did something wrong with Vina, and she had caught it. So it was no coming back. That was the worst time, I think, in my childhood of them two arguing. It was horrible, and Sharon had nowhere to go. Mommy told him it was your whore or me. That's how mommy talked about Sharon. That's what she said exactly to Daddy. It's your whore or it's me. That's it. And Daddy did not have, that was it. And so from that day to this one, mommy have always called her and Gwanda his whores. That was it. That was it for that. It was never, from that day, I think, to when mommy knew she was gonna die, I think that she blatantly tried to make amends. She tried hard to get in touch with Sharon, and the law would not allow it. Mommy tried to talk to Sharon and to make peace, and because I think mommy seriously had prayed to go ahead and be out. She did not want to live in the state that she was in. She did not want to. And so she wanted to go. And God honored her request. And so mommy tried to make amends with Sharon, and it didn't work. She didn't ever talk to her. So I've always held that message, that key, that I thought would give her peace. But she will not let you bring it up. She will not address it. So I've always tried to say that and say, you do know that before mommy died, she was trying to get in touch with you, and she told me that she wanted you to know that she loved you, and this, that, and the other. And I always felt that would give her a sense of peace, because she was in jail when it happened, and the last time she saw mommy, they were arguing, and mommy had told her to get out because she was going with Daddy. But Sharon had called to say that mommy wasn't treating daddy mean. It was just bad. It was just bad. And it was just a lot of dysfunction. It was a lot of dysfunction. So she had got out of jail and went there, and mommy was not having it. Mommy was not having it at first. Not with you coming in under mom. You got to do mommy a certain way. You had to talk to her. You had seen her doing something. You can't just go over mommy and say, I'm finna go in there and clean daddy up. Who finna do that? You ain't finna do that. Don't do it like that. You gotta ask. You gotta submit. Don't do it like that. You gotta, Mom, daddy need to be changed? You wanna do it? You feel up to it, Mom? Can I help you? Or you wanna do it together? You come in there with me. Or I can just let you do it, Mom, but if you want to do that, I can help you in another area because I want to be respectful. You got to target all of her insecurities. You got to say that right. That's a delicate situation. You going there tonight, you finna go in there and watch daddy balls. Who finna do that? Don't do that. Don't ever say that. Don't ever do that. I ain't never did that. That's why Mom ain't never called me that. I would never do that. I would totally say, Mom, I see you cooking. Let me finish the cooking while cause daddy done peed and he need to be changed. I'm not ever finna do any of that. So when that happened, she honestly and truly went nuts. And that was it for Sharon. That was it. You can't come back. And she went to jail a little bit after that. And that was it. And she never saw mommy no more. And then I think when daddy died, she was still in there. So she lost both of her parents in jail. And she didn't get back right after that. She wasn't right. So she would what you call it? I tried to talk to her over and over and over again. Now, I don't know why they told me this was 2 tickets. They gave me 3 tickets like I had 3 people in my family. I'm telling you, these people play games. I never opened that until now. And that girl had 3 people with her at Dollar General. She said she was taking her son, and her daughter. And they gave me those 3 tickets. Good night. Anyway, and Gwanda took her, Silas, and Autumn. Telling you, them people have it going on with them lives. And they be getting on the phone, and Gwanda said, yeah, I'm taking them to the wood park. Silas and Autumn, so they can play. That just was weird to me. Why are they going? Wanda don't do something. What is going on there? And then they go Dollar General. Coming up, we have a family. I ain't going to that job. I don't know what's going on with that, but I ain't going to that. And Wanda said she took, I'm taking Silas and Autumn so they can play. Wanda don't do that. I don't know what's going on with that, but I'm not going to be involved. And she took a boy and a little girl, and then they said, we want you to do the same thing and go to Dollar General's Family Day. I don't have no family up here. And when I text Nico, they did not let him respond. Because that would have been too many people. They did not let him respond. So I said, okay. Well, that means I'm not supposed to go to that. And that girl was going in that car. That girl was going to swap out with me. And that little girl, you think about it, that little girl that she got is about the same age in different times, if we're doing the time zone, as that girl that be swapping with me outside tonight. So I done went all around the bush and back, but I found, let me see, I think I found all the stuff that I was looking for. I found the leases, the welcome letter, the pay stubs, the Synovus bank letter, the insurance stub, the stub for payment, the receipt for move-in, and the Kobe Crown staffing form that is over here. So I found all of that. And then these stubs need to be glued down. And I need to write the date out, because it don't look like it will fade, but I'm going to do it anyway and write it down. I went and bought me another little notebook tonight for if I do any Instacart, or that's like for just quick daily notes. Oh, and I'm writing down the street and I want to write down a tag number or something comes to my mind, because you have to have something available to write all day, because you never know what you're going to see. And by the time you get back home, you done went through so much, you might be done forgot. And I got that from the feds, because when I first seen this happening, as soon as they see you, they are, I figured out from watching them that it must be in their training that they have to write down the minute they come in contact with you and what they saw or what they did. So I used to see them immediately, and they would get the phone and start typing, and I would be like, what do they be saying? And I was like, oh, it must be a log. It must be like, they must have to like keep a count, like a track of when they came in contact with the target. So then I would, and I started here in Bowling Green when we lived over there in Cave Mill. Every time they would come home and I saw them, they would get to typing. And I'd be like, what in the world do they be doing? But it was a quick little, maybe a minute, 2 minutes, that's it. Maybe a minute. And so I was like, it must be a law, because they all type around the same amount of time, and then they're done. And then they get out and go in their house or wherever, and then when they come back out, and if you see them again, then they text again. And I'd be like, what do they be doing? And I was like, it must be a log. It must be keep a track of how many times they see you. So if I had to think of anything that was real bizarre about being here before, well, that's a good conversation, because actually tonight was supposed to be about, so this is my other notebook, and I need to number these pages, because these pages are like, so, it's just like what I used to go by. Okay, so, wait, what is 226? Like I just seen a note added, because I wouldn't write that. They add stuff to my notes, and it's just a number here. And I done looked at this before, and it wouldn't be, it's no point for this note to be right here. But anyway, so, yep, here go the address. This was on 9/30. So they sent the other day that order, and I wasn't even looking for nothing. that order that I did the other day, let's see, that address was on September the 30th. So they was back 2 weeks ago. Yesterday. No, day before yesterday. So and let's see. So Friday. So order number 8, I did 2 orders on Friday, 3 orders on Saturday. So Saturday was the day. Alright, so Saturday, those orders. It was the 2700 block, so you're going down the same street, but they changed the address, and it was no tip, so that's a bad location, and that was, I'm quite sure, the first one, was that the one with the lawnmower? No, the one with the no tip was the corner on the driveway with the SUV in the yard and the nice house. That one was the one. This one, the first one, was the lawnmower in the yard. The second one, and then this one was in the loop. So whatever reason, and they did it again. So the tracks of October the 11th is the tracks for September the 30th. Now, that means that's the day after mommy died. So they is, wow. So September 30th of 2025 is the exact 2 Instacart orders in the same area. The Drake Apartments, do not knock, don't ring the doorbell. Brahman Circle. That day, I made they were all online pay. I think Brahman Circle was not. That means that Brahman Circle, if it wasn't on 9/30, but it was on 10/11, that means we got a payment swap. Now, Willoughby Lane, that was online, it was 4 miles. Number 2 was Woodburn Allen, online pay. Then the Drake and Brahman Circle. Yesterday, it was Brahman Circle and Cumberland area. So you're still looking like you're going near the Drake. So something is going on between the Drake and Brahman Circle, and then those dates link, and then the payments link. But something has to be in the Brahman section. What vehicles are there? Well, that Kia Optima is over there. But who drove that and what is the stage? Because if you're consistently going to the Drake or in that area, somebody lives there that you're swapping with. What street is that? And then what features are in there? Well, we know they got Taco Tuesday. Well, who had Taco Tuesday? Cumberland, 50 Adams Lake Boulevard, Smyrna, Georgia. And who lived there? The Artificial Gerbil. So, and he was what? Maintenance. And we know that's income. And we know that's employment. We know that's insurance. We know that's age. And we know the other stuff. So, what is the link between these two places that the law sent you to those two places again on 10/11/2025 that they did on 9/30, the exact route they did it again. So your last order for 10/11 is in that, what is it? Hold on, let's go back and look. Let's go back and look. Nope, the last one was over there, but maybe it looks like over here. Because everyone doesn't go on Google Timeline. And St. Paul, I'm quite sure did not. So, if you take Brahman Circle, it's the same street. So you're at somebody's house that you're not at. Because it's the same street and it's a few houses down. So you're going to somebody's house and you don't know where you're going. So from there, you're going from there. Nope, you're going from, well, here you went from the Drake to there. And yesterday you went from there, and today you went there. So you're something is going on in that vicinity that you're linked to. Then it says 813, so we know that we're doing Florida. And then these are, they say, do not knock, do not talk, or something, do not knock, or do not knock, do not ring doorbell. So we know we have that, and then at these locations, we have these, they're videoing you, because the law uses the ring. The ring. So when you pull up and you see the law and they have the ring doorbells, they start recording you. So if they're recording, that means something that you're doing or are accessing at that point is becoming evidence. So that means, because I've been doing a slave a long time, they only put those doorbells when a crime is in process. So that means your device and your otter, they're taking a picture of you. So when they go in court, mx plus y equals b. M is the otter, y is the device. I'm sorry, mx. M is the otter, x is the device, plus y, u, equals bank. So if you use that scenario, in every case, you can build the elements of what's being staged. Mx plus y equals b. So the otter plus the device plus you, your picture on our camera, equals b. Now, let's get more technical about this. Where is the IP address? Now, this is when you get really smart. This is federal level, so you have to think outside of the box. Where? Now, we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting into the fun stuff. This is fun. Okay? So we take mx plus y equals b, and what we're doing is we're framing this person. So M is the Instacart order, and it's going to be online pay. So that's the key. Plus X, we need a device and we need a phone number, and then plus Y, we're going to take pictures of that person delivering it, and then B is going to be the bank that's attached to it. Now, what we need to do is build the device. Now, when mx plus y, the otter plus the device. So if we take the device and we draw this out, I wish I had a board so bad. I would build this out so good. But I'm going to use my imaginary board to write. So we take mx plus y equals b, and we're going to take x. We're going to solve for x, and we're going to take the device. And then what I want to do with that is I want to build this out. So if I take x and I link solving for x and taking the device, I'm going to link an IP address with that. All right, I'm going to link a vehicle with that. I know we got a phone number with that, an email with that. But what I'm thinking is so smart is the camera. See, the street is going to be, it could be Brahman Circle in Colorado. So what I need is that IP address at that time. Let's say that Otter is going to a Colorado's number. See, that's important on why you call the customer. I don't need to talk to the customer. I need to see the number that's associated with this Otter. Why? Because in the equation mx plus y equals b, the robot is going to signify the Otter with the device, and the Otter is going to generate by the area code that it is prompted in. So, for example, if you're in the Atlanta area code, it's going to give you Atlanta relay numbers. So, that it can be switched around, but 9 times out of 10, if the law has put that number on there, that number is for that staging purpose only. And it's never really for you to know. So if I call it and it says, this is a Colorado number, Colorado area code, then Brahman Circle is going to be in Colorado. Now the brilliance of that is we take the ring, mx plus y equals b, x is your device, your email, your location, whatever. Now we break down the location. The objective is to take every link and simplify it into slowest terms. This is traditional math. Everything you do is simplified in lowest terms. This is the same way when you're building evidence. You have to simplify it in lowest terms. So if we take the location and we simplify it, we know we have what? 2 elements attached. It's going to be a location and it's going to be your IP address. So we know that in the equation mx plus y equals b, if we spread it out and break down the variables, we know that Brahman Circle is now what? Is an independent IP address, and it is a location. The visual, now U is going to U times 3. So we solved for X and got the device, but we also have an independent clause in here because now U equals 3. Why? Because you're now on a device, you aren't in a location, and U is an IP address. It's wonderful. So when you take that equation and build it out and see, now you see the significance and why your Otter is only available or given to you. You see the significance of your route. And if you see the significance of your route, Instacart, put it right here, because you can't dispute that. So I'll wait for the law. What worked? Romans 8:28. Simplify that. 8 plus 8. 8:28 is 19. 9 and 1 is 10. Unity. So we bring it all together, and we take that same equation and we work it for the good. Mx plus y equals b. That is a solution. So we have a solution to online fraud and foolishness. So we take that same thing and we build Instacart in reverse. We take everything that is not working and we make it work. We remove points unnecessary. They have unnecessary points of access, just unnecessary. It makes no sense. How do we explain this? Or how do you determine that? Well, we know that they're supplying a card. All right, and we know that they're allowing multiple cards to be assessed. Because why? They said, according to their memo that they sent out, which I would totally build it, you won't allow online cards. You have to use your physical cards. So that means you're allowing the person multiple points of what? Access. Didn't I just say that? They have unnecessary points of what? Access. Now, why do they have this? Only for the staging, writing this out on the board, of fraud. Now, why are they doing that? Well, because you have a physical card. At some points, it requires a what? A PIN. Are you assigned a PIN when you get the account? The answer is no. So, in the equation for Instacart, mx plus y equals b. How many variables or how many cases of probability can we make fraud? Well, we start with the card, we start with online, we start with a PIN, we start with the store, and we start with location. Didn't I just say too many what? Points of what? Access. So if we're trying to break down the probability takes your number of ways that you can form times your options that you have. Its probability is your options times your event equals how many ways that you can build this into fraud. So, probability, we want to use algebra, mx plus y equals b. We want to follow the points, order of operation here, and we want to do what? Solve for what? A solution. So mx plus y equals b, we're solving for x, and x is going to be what? Our solution. So if we take that and we solve it for a solution, what do we not want? Well, we don't want fraud. We want a happy platform. All right, we know the service is good. It's offering a solution. So what we need to do in order to fix Instacart, well, we need to know that we need to do what? We need to decrease the points of access. We need to remove the payment methods. And what else do we need to do? We need to implement Shoppers Connect. But what else do we need to do? We need a system that mx plus y equals b. M is going to be your shopper times what? Your miles, or times your order, plus your miles equals what? Your pay. So mx plus y equals b ends up being an overall algebraic expression that we can use to do what? Form solutions that does what? That promote and what? Foster development. I love it. Sounds so good. Yes. So we take Instacart, and we know, I have proven that you don't have a system of how you paying. So you should have a minimum order on a batch. And so if you're driving 4 miles, we know all of our batches start at 496. Well, if they start at 496, that's your minimum for the batch. So no matter if you're going 1 mile or 2 miles, 496 is where we start. Then what we're doing from there is we add in your amount of items per ounce, because everything is weighed. Why? Because you weighed it when you put it in the app, didn't you? Yeah. All right, so it's weighed by ounces and pounds. And then what else? What else happened? How many bags and the miles? We can eliminate bags if we do miles. So we're going to do miles. They don't have no system on this. Why? Because the law is staging my orders with what? DoorDash and other delivery services. So Instacart, that's not Instacart's price. That's the law doing that. Because the law want you to do what? Take mx plus y equals b, and they want you to follow this algebraic equation to link you to what? Locations that are in association with employment services that you are not doing. The entire purpose of this using mx plus y equals b is to take the location times the device, put you in there, and that gives us a job. So mx plus y equals b equals the solution for what? Fraud. Because they're going to say, were you not on Cumberland Parkway? Yeah, I was doing an Instacart order. Instacart don't have you on that order. That's why I wasn't logged in. I was on there. I did an online pay order. Yeah, for what day? Or what name? Or what account that is a link to the phone number. See, this is all what you're building from there. So if you take that and say this is why you're doing 2 orders, same route, but different places. So they will send an online order, Kroger, 6.3 miles, Aldi's, 7.1 miles, Aldi's, 12 items, Kroger, 18 items. That's the same order. And they're going to take that and you're going to swap Kroger and Aldi's. Aldi's list is going to become Kroger. Kroger's list is going to become Aldi's. Aldi's person is going to Kroger location. Kroger person is going to Aldi's location. Phone numbers and devices are going to swap using data that is backdated or with an email or phone number you are not using or have used before, but you weren't working for Instacart at that time. So that takes that device and you go from that device and you switch over to what? That person's identity at the time of what? The missing item in the store. That is set on every order. Why? Because these are facial recognition sets located as key items within what? The process. So the law has what? Personally set up this list. Kroger, the pots located within the store, has arranged these items to ensure that you can't find them. And so you will need to do what? Interact with what? Your device. And every time you do this, what is occurring? It is doing what? taking what? Facial recognition receipts to add to mx plus y equals b. To do what? Form an untrue solution using false identifiable variables. So in that case, they will hide around the cheese, around yogurt, around aisles 9 through 14, always in that little gap right there. And then over in the deli, you're guaranteed to get a stamp right there. Something is not going to be locatable. And you will see the law on those aisles where you can't find what you're looking for, always. So, in that area, they are set up. And this is where you're going to go in and you're going to have interactions, and they're going to start sending you these frivolous, they like that word, these frivolous points of access in the app that make no sense. You can't find it? No. Then replacement. Do you like replacement? Can you get to the things so I can finish this? Do you want me to tell the customer about it? They're putting senseless points of access in the app. Now, why are they doing that? Again, this is for you to take FR receipts with your face. And while you're doing these receipts, they have that other person doing the shopping. So you're going to look at your devices at what? At the same time. Now, let's get even more brilliant. You're technically not in communication with the person that you think. You're in communication with the device that did what? Place the order. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. Why? Because you take that. Lord forgive me. The Lord said, don't brag on that. It's not. The devil got caught. And what the devil did, I say that because God gave me the wisdom to figure it out. So as you going through the order, you're shopping the order. You're shopping basically the order. So you're going back through and everything. This is why they start messaging you when? At the point that they know what? That you can't find the item. So when you checking out, or when they're checking, when you're fixing the order and it didn't come through, or when you fixing the order and you can't find the yogurt, it's always going to be something, like I said, around that yogurt section, around that them aisles 9 through 14, something up in there, and then something around in that meat and deli. Them like your hot spots on something that you ain't gonna be able to find. So in that area, or in that instance, those are your points of access that is triggered by somebody else's device. So, because if you understand the plot, what is the plot? The plot is to put your face on a device that's not yours. So when that IP address is swapped, how do we make mx plus y equals b? How do we do that? Point of access. We create those. And if we create those, we use facial recognition receipts. And those receipts produce what? Variables to make the equation that is not true. So, let me see what TJ said.
Behold, he comes quickly. Behold, he comes quickly. Let's go. Take them out.
Father, we're so grateful for these souls. Best decision you ever made in your life. Best decision you ever made in your life. Lift your hands with me. You made the decision. Best decision you've ever made in your life. Father, we love you. We appreciate you.
So, anyway, I am going to
Amen.
and they gave me all these free pictures just so I didn't have to take my picture. I didn't have to make my receipt. I made a receipt alright. You made the receipt when they went up there and paid for them and give them to you. But I will gladly take it. And look what I made the first picture. Money. So, what it is, I'm going to rest. I'm so serious. I really have to pray because when I only have these headaches when I wake up, and they're not any other time. And I'm not gonna lie, I really don't know how to feel about it because I'm not gonna play with my health. It ain't no apartment worth living in like that. When I got here, I don't think it was a coincidence that I got the threat the day after I moved into the apartment. Which means to me that that vibe was already set. Now, why would that person know anything about me? And I just got here. So that's weird to me. But it just makes me say, if somebody don't want you living here, I mean, how much into it do you want to fight? Because at the end of the day, my health is important. I can't turn on the AC. Can't turn on the AC. You let your window up and go to sleep. Something go on. You know something go on because Roku is consistently not on when you go to sleep. Just like it's not on right now. Consistently. Roku ain't sending no notification. And I done heard multiple cars move outside. And I've gotten well, now I have. Since I'm awake. So, but when you go to sleep, what is consistent about Roku? It is consistent with Roku that when I go to sleep, there are no notifications sent to the phone. So that means that every time you go to sleep, what is happening? The law is what? Changing that device. Because Roku is telling the robot is not that smart. So it is smart, but it's doing exactly, it is consistently reporting the inconsistency of the connection. That's all it knows to do. That's why it's a robot. It does the same thing over and over again without getting bored in the process. So when you go to sleep, the law changes the device that is no longer receiving Roku data. So you get Roku events that are recorded to Roku's system, but these alerts are not transferred over to the phone because the phone number is no longer attached to Roku, because your SIM using the device is no longer the same. This only occurs when you are what? Sleeping. So there is interaction with that device using mx plus y equals b. We know equals Roku. So we are going to say the IP times the device plus the number equals Roku. So this is why you're not having it. We can say the IP also times email, same thing. So basically what you're getting, this is why each phone records to YouTube does not have the same uploading content. I can take my tablet, well, I'm on it. I don't have another device that I'm not on, but if I could, I would record it for this purpose and record YouTube what it looks like on this, YouTube what it looks like on this, and then YouTube what it looks like on that. What would be the point in doing that? The point in doing that would be to show the significance in why don't these YouTube channels have the same content if it's the same email. That's going to be because in the equation, the email is redirected. It has different access points connected. So YouTube is YouTube, but it's not the same YouTube. Just like Facebook is Facebook, but it's not the same Facebook. So that's why they say, I seen your stuff. No, you didn't see my stuff. You seen my stuff on a blended device. What the law allowed you to see. And if you've seen it, it's because you're the device that is streaming it so that we can have the same content on these duplicated IP addresses. That is what that is going on there. So I have talked for 1 hour and 47 minutes, and I'm going to rest. But what I want to say about this whole process is when I wake up, my head hurts and I don't like it. If I stay up, I do not have a headache. If I take a nap during the day, I rarely have a headache. It is what I call overnight sensations. If I let the window down, I probably won't have one, but at the same time, it's not like I lock the window. I just let it down. And I like fresh air at night. This is the best time to get really good sleep, when you have that cool air coming in. But I'm telling you, when I go to sleep, they turn the Christian programming off and they be doing stuff. I wake up with some of the evilest stuff you've ever want to wake up with people talking in other languages. I wake up to that and have to turn the TV off. So I sleep with the remote next to me and ask the Lord to wake me up if I hear it. But the other night I heard that, and it sounds so evil when you're going to sleep. So that's why sometimes my dreams be bad, but God don't let the dreams hurt me. So, but it comes also from the witchcraft that's in this building, and the law set that up because this whole building is strategically arranged, and I hate living here. All the way up to the witchcraft with the lady moving out across the hall due to what? Confusion. And I used to be a leasing person. If you seen a notice on a door that long and somebody done abandoned it, you supposed to notice the door and go through the process of trying to locate the person, and then check out the unit to see if the person has abandoned it or whatever the situation is, and then proceed. You know what I'm saying? If it's nothing in there left of value. If you go in there and it's house stuff in there and it's still fully set up, then you know the person lived there. But if you go in there and ain't nothing left but some trash all over the place, you know they done skipped. They don't live there no more. But I'm gonna probably take me another little nap, and let me see. It is, I don't see how in the world it got to 4 o'clock and I started recording at 1:51. I mean at 2 hours ago. But let me see. How long was I writing? No, how long did I be on YouTube? Because I think I turned that on at 12:51. Let me see. 12:12. It is a location. Mama told me that's what I got. Okay, it says that I was on at 12:07, and if I have been recording for 1 hour and 52 minutes, then 12:07 is 1 hour is 1:07, and then 52 minutes would be almost 2 o'clock. They be playing with the time so bad because it said that I started recording at 12 o'clock. So let's see. And one of these videos won't even play. So the one that I'm on right now was started at 1:12. And if I recorded at 2 hours, that means it's 3 o'clock. and it says 2 hours ago. So how in the world are we at 3:53? If it's started at 1 o'clock, then 2 hours would be, and I recorded the first one at 12:07, and neither one of those will play. And I sent it to myself at 12:21, and then I sent this one to myself at 12:52, and I started recording right after that, so I'm right. So at 12:52, and then this one was done at 1:12 a.m. I started my live back. So if I go back into this one where I recorded before, 12:07, it's just buffering. And then if I do this one, the second link, same thing. It's not playing. But if I go back into 12:07, here it is. Here's the video. And then if I use play the law turned off OnStar, that is playing, but 12:07 for 1 hour, even though I'm looking at it, won't play. So let's see. Alright, so now we go back into it again. That is crazy that these people do that. Alright, so that one isn't playing. This one. And the one that I'm on right now says that it was done and completed 2 hours ago, and I'm still on it. And here it is right here. And so is the other one. But you can't click on it. So okay, so that now it's playing. Let's see, is it gonna play again through the link? It won't play through the link, but it'll play if you click it on the page. Wow. So, nope, it won't play through the link, but it'll play if you click it. and the link is different. So if you click this link,
Exact model of my car, which is wrong.
okay, they changed the device, so that link isn't working anymore. So that's why the first link won't play. Now it is. It's too late. I done figured it out. So when they have, those are two links put together because those are technically you need two devices. Because when you setting up, alright, how do we get the facial recognition receipt for the other device at a live at the point, create the points of access. And you have to have those points of access. You have to have those points of access at your thing. And why did it, you have to have the points of access at the point of your live. You gotta have the point of access that. So that's why as soon as I'm setting up my live, I gotta set it up how many times? Twice. Why? You gotta set it up one for yourself, and you gotta set it up one for them, because they take a facial recognition at the beginning of your live and at the end. That's why at the end of your live, it buffers by 5 times, going to run to hurry up and switch me out, and then boom, it's ended. And then when you start, I am switching myself over. Boom, you're live. Because that I'm changing. It's not just immediately live because I'm changing myself out. And then same way, going out, changing it. In the end, I'm switching myself over. And then boom. So you're getting this blended URL. Because JJVU V9 VOKQ, that's way too many. I can look at this URL and tell that is blended. Because anytime you say equals in robot language, that means equals another part, another piece of information. If it was straight, it would just say blah, like I'm gonna prove that. I shouldn't have said it before I did it, but hopefully this is going to work. I shouldn't have said it. But it might be the case, it might not. So I did it just on a regular sample. But I also believe that that's because the system that I'm using. But I have been using YouTube for a while, and Facebook does the same exact thing. Anytime you have an equals at the end of a URL, that means it is another link attached to it. So in this case, these URLs are split between two devices. So when you click on this, that's why the first one didn't work and now the next one did, because that's the difference in device. So the next one is the one that I'm on now. Now we're still trying to figure out the time. I put this on at 1:12 a.m. And at 1:12 a.m. if I rewind it all the way back, now the video says 3 hours, but maybe I started recording later. I don't know. But either way, I know they play with the time, so I'm not worried about that. Alright, so I'm going to take me another nap. Now, since I have been awake, Roku notifications come on. Watch when I go to sleep. That's going to be the end of Roku notifications. It's gonna be end of it. Just like when I took a nap. You can see when I took a nap from when I got up. When I got up, I took a nap at 8:44, and I got up at 12 o'clock. And what happened? Roku notifications completely stop when you go to sleep. That's crazy. And you paying for that with your money, $3.99 a month to control that camera. And you're paying for what? The internet to go on that. And somebody blatantly turned it off, changed the device for their own purpose and pleasure. That's too much. So I'm going to put this on mute, and I'm going to move this because I'm going to take myself another nap and try to listen to some preaching before they turn it off. Because they do it every night and turn on the preaching that they want to have on, and they only turn on the preaching that they want to have it on because it be coming from different years. So if we're staging in 2023, then they turn that year on because Sierra at Crown Staffing said she went on vacation in 2023. And they went on vacation in 2023 when they stole my wallet with Fifth Third Bank's 0633 in it. And they had went on vacation then. So, let's see. So, Lord, you just govern me and protect me from every demonic force. I decree and declare the blood of Jesus over my life, my health, my funds. Oh, God, you see. You see what I'm going through, Lord. You sit high and you do look low. And you said, if my ways please you, you will make every enemy be at peace with me. And it is my sole desire for you to get the glory out of my life, sweet Jesus. I decree and declare your words over my life right now. And I take authority over every demonic trap, every witchcraft, spell, hex, anything, any spirit that's not of you. Oh God, I decree right now, in the mighty name of Jesus, that the Holy Spirit is working against it right now. I am covered by the blood of the Lamb, and as I sleep, my sleep shall be sweet. I shall think and rest and meditate on the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. For your word says that I shall live and not die, and declare the wonderful, matchless works of the Lord. In the name of Jesus, I pray. I give you the glory and I give you all the honor. In the mighty name of Jesus, I pray. Let me say this over again.
poured it into my heart and into my spirit, and if it blesses you like it blessed me, oh my God, we're in for a great time in the Lord. I want you to go to the 16th chapter of the book of Genesis, verse number 4 through 15. The 16th chapter of the book of Genesis, verse number 4 through 15. And then we're going to read a very, very familiar passage of scripture, but I believe that that's a good that will bless your life and cause you to grow and go into the next dimension. I'll give you a moment to find it. I don't want you to be left out of it. I want you to have a relationship with your Bible. I don't want you to just watch Sunday morning services and not read your Bible and not get involved and not take notes. I want you to have a relationship with your Bible so that you can grow. This is not an entertainment service. This is a worship experience. So get your Bible right now and go to Genesis 16, 4 through 15 so you can grow in your understanding of God's word. And it starts like, and he went in unto Hagar, and she conceived. When she saw that she had conceived, her mistress was despised, and she trusted. Her mistress was despised in her eyes. And Sarai said unto Abram, my bride be upon thee. I heard it in my maidens and thy bosom. And when she saw that she had conceived, I was despised in her eyes. The Lord judged between me and thee. And Abram said unto Sarai, behold, thy maid is in thy hand. Do to her as it seemeth thee. And when Sarai saw parting with her, she fled from her face. And the angel of the Lord found her. Oh, God. And the angel of the Lord found her by a fountain of water in the wilderness, by the fountain in the way of Shur. And he said, Hagar, Sarai's maid, whence camest thou? And whither wilt thou go? And she said, I flee from the face of my mistress Sarai. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, return, return, return to thy mistress, and submit thy son unto her hand. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, I will multiply thy seed exceedingly, that it shall not be numbered for multitude. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, behold, thou art with child, and shall bear a son, and shall call his name Ishmael, because the Lord hath heard thy affliction. And he will be a wild man, his hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him. And he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren. And she called the name of the Lord that spake unto her, thou God seest me. Say that with me. Thou God seest me. For she said, have I also here looked after him that seeth me? My God. Wherefore the well was called Beer Lahai Roi. Behold, it is between Kadesh and Bered. And Hagar bare Abram a son, and Abram called his son's name, which Hagar bare Ishmael. May the Lord add a blessing to the reading of his word. She said, behold, my God seeth me. That in the original language is El Roi, El Roi, El Roi, my God sees me. God sees you today. I want you to get that in your spirit. Say, God sees me. Say it again, God sees me. Let's pray right now in the name of Jesus for the anointing of the Holy Spirit to come into this place and to anoint this wicked place, that I might give down with the kind of power that is possible for ministry to reach the hearts and the souls of men. My God, in the name of Jesus, I approach thy throne, knowing that you are able to do anything but fail. I believe you for supernatural miracles and begin to glory out of the word of God while it's being preached today. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Somebody who believes in shall amen. Say amen again. You may may be seated in the presence of the Lord. One of the first things we teach our children when we take them out in public is we see somebody who's physically infirmed or incapacitated, or you see somebody who has some sort of mental issue. We tell our children, don't stare, don't stare, don't stare, don't stare. After a while, don't stare grows up into don't see. And after a while, people who have problems or issues or are in any way different from us, we have a tendency to erase them mentally from our mind and play as if we don't see what we do see. It's interesting to notice during the pandemic, all of a sudden the word first responder changed its meaning. A few years ago, first responder was a fireman or a police officer based on 9/11, and we celebrated and we held them as first responders, as rightfully so we should have, because they were heroic and did amazing deeds. But under this current pandemic, the word changed its meaning, first responder, to start acknowledging people that have been invisible to us, people who drive us, people who deliver packages to us, people who kept working in the grocery store, people who put themselves in harm's way to make sure that our needs were met. And all of a sudden we were clapping for them and we were honoring them and we were singing songs to them and we were acknowledging them and we became aware of their importance and their significance. And we recognized that without them doing what they do, we could not do what we do. And they became important in that moment. But up until then, they had been invisible. Nobody clapped for the girl at the checkout counter. Nobody clapped for the guy who put your groceries in the bag. Nobody clapped for the person who brought a sandwich by the house. Nobody clapped for the pizza man or honored him or recognized him or appreciated him because they tended to be invisible to us. When I talk to homeless people throughout the years of our ministry to homeless people, they say one of the most difficult things about being homeless is that you cease to be a person. That you're standing there in need and people are driving by you as if you are a different species altogether. They look and they look away. They try to ignore you. They don't see you. And they don't recognize that they're but for the grace of God, it could be them. They don't seem to recognize that at one time that person could have worked in a store or worked at a bank or been somebody's father or been somebody's mother, may still be somebody's mother, somebody's father. But they become invisible because we like to see people who are different from us as others and thereby invisible. And it absolves us of the responsibility to care for them. I want you to think about that today. I want you to think if we can understand, though it's not a good thing, we can understand how people can become invisible that we don't know. And unfortunately, sometimes we take people for granted and we don't really see them. But we also realize that people can be in your own house and become invisible. When you think about Jacob and you think about Leah and he thought he was working 14 years to get Rachel, 7 years to get Rachel, and then 7 more years only to be given Leah in place of Rachel. And he found himself in a situation where he went in and spent the night with her and didn't know that it wasn't Rachel till it was morning. And in my mind, this is longer than the concept. How can you spend all night with somebody? Be intimate with them. Be close to them. Hold them. Hold them in your arms. Go to sleep with them and still not know who they are. That is the worst kind of blindness. The worst kind of invisible, where you objectionalize an individual and you don't see them as a person. The Bible says in the morning, he said, behold, it is Leah. He didn't even know who he was with. So many of us live in situations where we work with people who don't see us. We're married to people who don't see us. We birth people who don't see us. We have parents who don't see us. We go to churches where they don't see us. And we live in this invisible pseudo-reality that God is getting ready to switch around and do some amazing things and bring you to the forefront. Don't be shy. There's going to be some clapping going on. There's going to be some shouting out the window. There's going to be banging on some pots saying, we appreciate you, because all of a sudden the invisible are about to become visible. Now, it is easy to preach about 12 tribes of Israel. Abraham is a significant character. The children of Israel would have died as slaves in Egypt had it not been for a promise that God made to Abraham. We know that Abraham is important. We also recognize that his wife, Sarai, later called Sarah, is also very, very important. She is listed as a hallmark of faith. She believed God and it was counted unto her as righteousness. She believed God and conceived a child when she was still in childbearing age because the Lord was faithful who had promised. And we know that she is important. She becomes the first lady of faith. She becomes the patriarch of truth. She becomes the one through whose womb the power of God came forth and delivered a child. And this child became so significant because it was a miraculous child. We understand the power of God, especially considering that Sarai was barren. Especially considering that by the time she had a child, she was past childbearing age. Especially considering the fact that by the time she had a child, Abraham's body had come impotent. And yet God, with a scoop of divine order, overcame all these obstacles and manifested himself in the life of his people. What a mighty God we serve. All the odds can be against you. And if God gets ready to bless you, he'll bless you anyway. There can be evidence stacked up against you. It can be true. It can be real. It can be right. It can make sense. It can be scientific. It can be biological. It can be in order. But when God gets ready to move, he can move. The encounter can show you the numbers. The numbers can look horrific. The encounter